Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, January 18th, 2022. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of discussing strategy related to collective bargaining of an employee vaccine mandate with all town unions. We will reconvene in open session at the end of this executive session at approximately 6 p.m. All those in favor of entering into executive session? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Good evening. Welcome back to the Select Board's meeting for Tuesday, January 18th, 2022. We have a few updates and announcements. The first update that I just want to give is that items 12 and 15 on tonight's agenda have been postponed. That is the Climate Action Committee restructuring plan and the wine and malt beverage license for the Brookline Booksmith. I also just wanted to give a brief update. We just adjourned from executive session where the board discussed a vaccination policy for our employees. More to come in a formal announcement, hopefully next Tuesday. Mel, did you want to update us on Chestnut Hill Realty and Hancock Village?
Certainly. Following the meeting, or actually even before the meeting occurred last week, our staff, including the Director of Public Works, the Fire Chief, and the Building Commissioner, have been meeting with representatives of Chestnut Hill Realty. And there is a report which I will release. The board has a copy of it. It can be a public report, but and I won't get into the details, but the specific issue around the fire, I think there was a determination of the cause of that, which was a secondary electric feed. It was not a gas incident whatsoever. However, I think the issue we're dealing with at Chestnut Hill Realty is there's a lot of things going on all at once. There's the 40B development, and Chestnut Hill Realty, I believe, is using the fact that there is a lot of construction going on, try to take advantage of some of the economies of scale and other things. And there's other things going on. There's utility work that's not necessarily related to the 40B development. And so there's a lot of things going on. And what I would do is tell you what we are requiring for Chestnut Hill Realty. And then I think I'd like to, have some further discussion about the possibility of some process that the board has talked about in the past about trying to get the parties together on a more ongoing basis. But we are requiring a full site safety inspection of Hancock Village of all work zones conducted by Stantec Engineering, a complete inventory and map of all live direct burial, secondary service lines, and a prioritized list for replacement, a written progress report of all utility work, a monthly meeting with Stantec and Chestnut Hill Realty for updates on any and all constructions or ancillary projects for the town, and improved communication strategy with their residents, neighbors in the town, giving the size, scope, and nature of the work in Hancock Village and size of the property and number of residents. Incidents should be reported out from Chestnut Hill Realty as they happen in a proactive way with as much detail and helpful information as possible to provide all a level of comfort that the issues are being responsibly managed and to prevent confusion.
Great. Thank you so much. Any discussion by select board members or updates or announcements on other matters? Miriam.
I just thought I would give a few updates related to COVID-19. So first, there are some clinics being hosted by the town of Brookline. The next one is Tuesday, January 25th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Florida Rough and Ridley. And then there's a COVID-19 clinic for BHA residents on January 20th from 4 to 8 and January 27th from 4 to 8. If you go to the brookline.mass.gov website, you can find out, you can see those, and the links to register are there. We also have PCR clinics coming up. There was a PCR testing site this past weekend that I heard was quite successful, very easy, both drive-through and walk-up testing. And that will happen again this coming Sunday, January 23rd from 9 to 2. There are two other pieces of information I think are relevant to people. You can now get 4 free at-home COVID-19 tests by going to covidtests.gov. It is super easy. It brings you to a website where you basically put in your address and the US Postal Service sends you your tests. So I recommend you do that. It was supposed to go live tomorrow. They went live a day early. For those of you who would like to have your vaccine records on your phone, you can go to MyVax Records. That's MYVAX records.mass.gov. Put in your information and you will get a link to be able to add a copy of your vaccine card to your wallet on your phone, or to get download a QR of your vaccines. So for instance, I went to in Boston the other day and saw quite a few places are already mandating and checking for vaccines before you enter. And I just pulled my wallet up, showed them my card, and walked right in. Very easy peasy. And then finally, for a piece of good news, one of the things I like to do in my spare time, which is almost non-existent, is watch wastewater data. For those of you that don't know, one of the best indicators of COVID is wastewater data. And not every state tracks it, but thankfully Massachusetts tracks it. You can Google Massachusetts COVID-19 wastewater data. You can look at the beautiful graph, and the graph is so beautiful because we are absolutely on the flip side of the Omicron surge. We probably peaked about 3 days ago, and the latest graph is data from the 14th, actually. So we've actually peaked like 4 or 5 days ago. Now we're not going to see the results of that peak in effect for another like week or two. So you won't see hospitalization rates start to go down for another week or two, but we are over the hump. The cases are down considerably. We've followed the curve just like South Africa. So a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for the Omicron variant.
Great. Lots of information there. Thank you. John.
Thank you very much. Couple of announcements. The first having to do with our police department. So I'd first like to congratulate Acting Chief Richard Allen, but in addition, I'd like to congratulate Deputy Superintendent Paul Cullinane, Lieutenant David Hill, and Sergeant Joseph Amendola. Promotions announced this week within the police department, long-awaited promotions. And there was a ceremony to celebrate those promotions. I believe it was today, maybe not today, but certainly within the last couple of days. And I'm shameless about inviting myself to things. So I'm going to make a shameless appeal here that in the future, I'd love to be invited when there are these kinds of ceremonies. I know select board members in the past have usually been invited. Sometimes, there have been circumstances, COVID being one of them, when it just wasn't convenient or possible. But if it seems appropriate, I'd love to be able to join with the families of these police officers when they do get promoted. Sorry, I had to miss this one today or yesterday. On that same subject, some recent news from the police department. I just want to point out an announcement that went out from the new leadership of the police department as a result of an event elsewhere that requires us in Brookline to be very attentive. I'm going to read it just because I think the way it's worded is well worth hearing. And this was an announcement that was sent out to all of the temples in Brookline earlier today, and this is last week. A virtual service at a synagogue at Colleyville, Texas, interrupted by an armed intruder who had taken hostages inside the synagogue. Out of an abundance of caution, the police department has stepped up patrols in and around Brookline houses of worship. We will continue to do so over the weekend. Here was my favorite part of the announcement, the final line, "Stay safe, we are here." And it was signed by Deputy Superintendent Paul Cullinane. I think that message, "Stay safe, we are here," is a very important one, especially when there are events such as what happened in Texas last week. And I'm very pleased that the police department was very prompt in acting and in letting the community know that they were there. They were there to protect those who were feeling very unsafe as a result of actions in Texas. Second category of announcement, real quick. I do hope people are paying attention to the process involving the coming U.S. Open golf tournament in June at the Country Club, and also paying attention to the work of the U.S. Open Community Partnership Committee. That committee is having another important meeting tomorrow night, starting at 6. The Zoom link is on the town calendar. Two of the matters that will be under discussion, I think, deserve highlighting. One is the work that's being done to the maximum extent possible, make this a net zero occasion, make this an occasion when the U.S. Open Golf becomes symbolic of the changes that are needed in every aspect of our lives to address climate change. So that's number one. And the other major area is inclusion and equity. And so both of those issues are going to be addressed, and the progress is going to be reported tomorrow night. I congratulate them on the progress they've made to date, and I wish them well. And I wish the community to be supportive of progress continuing all the way up until the day of the tournament.
Great. Thank you, John. Raul?
Thanks, Heather. I just wanted to thank folks, especially in the business community, who've been adapting to the recent requirement that that's been put in Brookline for proof of vaccination for entering restaurants, if you're going to stay, health facilities, and like gyms and also entertainment venues. I've been out and about, went to dinner at Parlor on Friday night, and Megan and Luke were very accommodating, and it was super easy, and went very well there. And then also Zaftig's is back, baby. So Monday, went to Zaftig's early that morning and got my banana stuffed French toast like I like to do. And also likewise, they were, they've got it down already. And that was, the first weekend, long weekend of implementation. And also I saw a note from Mark Harrington, president of HealthWorks, who mentioned that that it's been a success so far, and that members have been accommodating and supportive of the proof of vaccine requirement. So with all that said, just recognizing that this is an adjustment for folks in the business community, for employees, and also for folks that are actually going out and about to these places. So thank you everybody for adjusting to that, and we're all going to be better off for it. Thank you.
Great. Bernard?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that our Martin Luther King celebration event yesterday was a huge success because of incredible work of a lot of people. And I want to just mention BIG because we rely on them for so much. And let me tell you, they really made the program really professional, but not so professional as not to be authentic. It was well received, and the topic, as you probably know, was voting rights, which continues to be an issue both in the country as well as in this state, where there are issues that people aren't aware of, but which are still very important with respect to expanding the franchise to people who are excluded. And I'm speaking specifically of people with felony convictions who are incarcerated, who, in my opinion, are the people we really want to have the vote, because we want to incorporate them and integrate them back into their communities, so that when they come out, they feel a part of our society, of our civic society. But at any rate, the program will be on the YouTube channel of BIG. So if you missed it yesterday, you can go there and watch it. Professor Seid, his presentation was incredible. And of course, Reggie Gibson always was incredible. And let me tell you, you also want to listen to our poet laureate, because she really made did a great reading of a poem that's relevant to this issue. So that's what I wanted to say.
Great. Yes, I caught that program. It was very well done, Bernard. I also want to thank John Van Scoyac for putting out a post that I responded to a few weeks ago. I am now a proud patron of BIG. I encourage everyone to go on their website and to sign up to be a patron. So moving into public comment.
I'll take it from here. Thank you everyone for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
Person signed up for public comment is Susan Howards. You've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Good evening, everybody. Susan Howards, Precinct 9. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I think most of you know me. I wanted to just speak for a minute or two in regards to the Globe article today about Brookline and the Brookline policing. My focus, obviously, is going to be what I see as an omission in the article, and I don't understand it. There was no mention of the fact that the domestic violence curriculum, honed over 20 years by experts in our police department without any problem, is no longer being used in the schools. It is being used in surrounding communities. And the questions I get of regional domestic violence meeting is, how come we're using it and you're not? The other question I have is, outsiders are coming in to do child assault prevention work in the schools. I'd like to know why our police department is no longer in the schools. There seemed to be no notice. It was done indiscriminately. And quite frankly, there are 10 million cases of abuse in the United States every year. One every 20 minutes, somebody is abused. 1 in 4 are women, 1 in 9 are men. And our students are being subjected to sexting, texting, trafficking. If you don't think it's happening in Brookline, it is. So my question to the board is there any way that we can reinstate immediately the curriculum that it was in the middle schools and the high schools to at least alert the students to the red flags to look for, so they know situations which may be dangerous and they can get the resources that we have in this town. The message that we're giving, and I don't know that, I don't think it's intentional, but the message is perceived is that Brookline doesn't care about its vulnerable and its kids. And I don't think that's true. I think we do care, but we have to show that we care. I would like to add one more thing. Many of the students who are subjected to abuse and violence come from families that are unaware that they are being subjected to that. And I know some of you are planning to move on or are thinking moving on out of Brookline, new experiences, new adventures, and you're going to have a legacy. The legacy that you have, do you want it to be what you did well? Or do you want it to be what wasn't done and should have been done? So please, I'm really beseeching you, relook at the domestic violence curriculum and reinstate it in the schools as soon as possible. Thank you very much. And Miriam, thank you for the good wastewater news. And John, thank you for the good news.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Rita McNally. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Sorry, Rita, we had you before. You just need to press *6. There you go.
Okay, all right. Good evening, everyone. Hope all of you had a restful and healthy weekend. And I wanted to thank Bernard for his role in the presentation of the MLK Fest weekend. It was interesting, thought-provoking, and I was really impressed by the poetry and the people that were presenting it that I had never heard before. So thank you. I'm here tonight just to present 2 concerns. The first one, I'm co-chair of the Domestic Violence Roundtable, and I'm really concerned about a report that we were told by the selectmen was going to be expected from the school committee. And I know everybody has to work around the pandemic, but we're kind of in a press in this, not just the state, nationally, I know there's a problem, but we're in our community. We have some things going on the internet and other places that are kind of pulling kids in. And I don't know how much, as Susan reported, the parents know about it or are concerned about it, but there's sexting going on that's not really healthy for the kids. And the program that the SROs and the curriculum teachers from the police were very well received, and there were never any complaints about them. And we were told, well, the police are no longer there, these SROs are gone, but we don't know what happened to the report. I called just several people that either were on the school committee, and I called the chair today to see if she knew the status of the report. I had spoken with Raul at our meeting last week about where he thought the status was or what he knew, and he said he would follow up. And that's what I'm asking the selectmen to do, follow up on this report. We'd like to know what the school think about this, about is this program going to be brought in where it's very necessary, and especially in the loneliness that's being thought of through this pandemic for teenagers. There are threats in other communities. There have been suicides. There are all kinds of things going on that we feel that this extra touch is important in this report. And if they're not going to accept that curriculum and they're not going to expect the teachers who were presenting it, then what's going to fill that space, and when are they going to get about doing it? If we could have the report to know what the future holds of that, it would be helpful.
You have 30
so
seconds.
what is the status of that school report? And we'll follow up as much as we can to help, to get information, to get speakers, whatever they need. And just one last comment I'll make, and that is about teachers being mandatory reporters of this kind of stuff. So they need to be told and taught what that means as well. My second concern just for this weekend was the lack of heat at 90 Longwood on Saturday from 11 in the morning until they completed at 8 p.m. or later. It was no fun. You know how icy and cold it was, and when you are people in a small space
You've reached 3
where
minutes.
there's renovations going on and that, when you don't have heat, it is horrible. And when you're a senior, it's even worse. So I found out 4 people called me from 90 Longwood asking me why they are asking me. I don't live there anymore. But anyway, I went to try and find out what I could do. They did call maintenance and left messages, but there wasn't the kind of response that was needed at that time. And what we found out was there was no plan about a warm room anywhere in town. You know how they used to have warming stations? The senior center is closed because of the pandemic. There was no plan. The police don't go into public housing now, except for some. I forget the reason that they gave when they can go
Rita,
in.
you've reached 4 minutes.
Yeah, Rita, sorry to interrupt you. I'm happy to follow up on that in particular. If you could send any more information, I mean, that's enough information, but if you have more info and like to send an email, I'll make sure to follow up with the folks over at BHA to just learn more about that. It's the first time I'm hearing about it.
Oh, you're talking about 90 Longwood,
Yes.
Raul?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah. But they know about it now, and they came to fix it in the afternoon. I called Sheila, and she came around 2 p.m., and if you need a dynamo, you contact Sheila.
Yeah, I know
She
Sheila,
came and
yeah.
she called the contractor, and she mobilized the BHA staff, whoever was around. She was fabulous to test the apartments. I mean, some of the equipment, there's contracting stuff going on, and I don't know all the details about that. I just wanted the people to be warm and not to be fearful. Plus, Raul, there are people that speak other languages there. We can't shout them down and shout at them and make it seem as though they're, we're listening to them and they can understand our English because we're shouting at them. We need to really think through this to make people feel welcome in this town. And I mean to feel as welcome as the seniors at 100 Center Street do, to be invited places, to be open with them. And I have to talk to you about that because I was alarmed at this. I thought things were going better when we had someone new. But they were given electric heaters because some of the heating that was installed didn't work. I worry about seniors, and I'm talking just about myself and others that I've talked to. Granoff, I talked to her about it. She was worried about it too.
Sheila, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thing that,
Yeah,
I
Sheila,
was
I'm sorry to
thinking, did I have
interrupt you.
to
I just
stay up
got
all night?
I've got to do what I can to keep everybody to time. And this is an important issue. It matters to me personally.
Okay, all right.
I just can't give any more time. Sorry. But please, if you want, let's follow up offline. I'd be happy to talk.
Yeah, and I want you to keep in touch with me if you're going to be talking to them too, please.
Will do. You got it.
Good night.
Thanks. Reed.
Next person signed up for public comment is Ken Boreski. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thanks. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Awesome. So first, I'd like to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to present my concerns for this body. I know what I'm about to say is going to ruffle some feathers, but I hope you'll actually consider my points rather than prejudge them. You may find there's some science and good reasons behind it. Metro Boston will always be home. I spent college up there. Come back every year for the marathon. Patriots Day is central to my life. 9 years ago at the finish line, those shockwaves tore apart my psyche, and I swore that I'd return every year in honor of Dennis, of Sean, of Crystal, of Lou, and of Martin. And as Big Papi famously put it, ain't nobody gonna dictate our freedom, stay strong. Well, I intend to stay strong despite the fact that now my pledge is at risk, not because of terrorism, but because of my religious beliefs. The BAA has been clear that I'm not welcome, and by all appearances, you stand ready to do the same. For the last year's race, only 7% of entrants were documented as COVID-free. The vast majority of them, they can say, yeah, reduce risk. Probably not. For this year's race, the BAA has been clear. Documenting you are healthy is not required or even accepted. With this year's field size, based on recent mass.gov data and current breakthrough rates, somewhere between 100 and 2,000 participants will have COVID at the time of the event. Yes, will have the virus during the race. But it is individuals like myself who want to take a test that weekend to show that they are virus-free that are banned for health reasons. This is not about public health. Other similar mandates like the New York City Marathon explicitly include religious exemptions as an opportunity for those who require it. This is an attack on a constitutionally protected class and one that your city claims to care about. And I keep hearing about inclusivity here, but what about me? What about others who have similar beliefs to myself? By signing off on the BA's event permit, this city will be actively discriminating against those whose religious beliefs may not line up perfectly with what the BA wants. The city is essentially going to permit what is a parade, essentially, for those who conform only to certain religious beliefs and outright excluding others. If discriminatory events shutting down and restricting public roadways like Beacon Street is acceptable, how is the city going to respond when other organizations file for permits to host extremely discriminatory events? The precedent will have been set. You will have determined and shown that outright discrimination is okay. So this is not just about public health. There's more involved here. And basically,
30 seconds.
It's really frustrating. So I hope you guys will take an opportunity to consider. I've sent you some information. I'll send you some more information, but I am more than happy to show that I am not a risk to public health. And there are others, I'm sure, who feel the same. But requiring a vaccine that does not guarantee that I'm healthy or that someone is healthy is not the solution to this public health crisis. It certainly can help some, but I'm sorry, that is not a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Next person signed up for public comment is Elizabeth Childs. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you all for listening to me tonight. And I want to thank you also for appointing Acting Chief Richard Allen last week and acknowledging the good work of Acting Chief Mark Morgan over the last year. Brookline residents need and deserve a functioning and professional police force with stable leadership. Our police officers are 100% trained in de-escalation, which is a pipe dream in many towns, and they serve 100% of the residents of Brookline on only 5% of the town's overall budget. And as residents, we are indebted to them for the work they do. I am concerned about the transparency in the process to choose the next chief of the department. And knowing all of you, I am confident that your intention is to make that process transparent. But as residents, we do not have all the information that you have. And so I think what often seems transparent to you does not seem transparent to us. And so as a resident, I see two problems that the search committee just must address in its search for the next chief. One of them is finding a chief with staying power, somebody that will be here for a significant period of time. And the other one is finding a chief who has both the confidence of the public and the confidence of the officers that he or she oversees. So respectfully, I have some thoughts. as to how you might achieve these goals, because I am confident that you also want those goals to be met. The first one is, I think, could you make more public an outline of the steps and the timing of the process? I understand that the applicants are confidential and they must be throughout the search process, but understanding the process would really help all of us out here. Also, if you could make public the qualifications that the search committee is honing in on and is expecting of all of its applicants moving forward, that would be very helpful. It would inspire confidence in the process. Also, many of us do tune into your meetings. I know you probably are surprised to hear that, but we do listen to them. And so a regular update on a weekly basis, just like where you are in terms of how you're making progress on the whole search, would be really welcome. And I think most of us would learn a lot about what you're doing. And then clearly articulating how the public is going to be involved in the process going forward would be useful. And then I was thinking that the confidence in the
30 seconds.
process, thank you, is assuring that the search committee includes professional community policing expertise, both in its members and in being informed by professionals. And fortunately, one of our former chiefs is a nationally recognized expert in community policing. And I know that you know this, as police commissioners, one of your most important responsibilities will be to vote on and support a police chief in whom not only you, but also your constituents, including town residents and employees, have confidence. And so I would just appreciate it if you would try to find a way to help us share in that confidence in your final decision. And thank you so much for hearing me out and for all your work for our community. We really appreciate it.
Next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 1 here in Brookline. I'm also the president of the board for the Brookline Improvement Coalition, which is Brookline's Community Development Corporation. And I wanted to start my comments off by thanking you all for displaying real leadership around how the town is going to manage COVID-19. It's not easy, and I appreciate that you have had to make some difficult decisions, but you made them. So thank you. I wanted to talk about a couple things, and one of them is, the first one is community engagement. Last week, I participated in a diversity, inclusion, and civil rights hearing concerning a revised complaint bylaw process. There were four attendees, four. John was one of them. And the only way you would know about it is if you were attuned to the issue. If you weren't in that pipeline, then you had no knowledge. Now, there are two additional hearings coming up. One is Wednesday, January 19th at noon, and then January 24th at 7 p.m. So that's Wednesday, January 19th at noon, 12 o'clock, and January 24th at 7 p.m. And if you can't attend the hearings, then you can submit written comments to Lloyd Gelano, lgelano@brooklinemass.gov. My attending town meeting to tell you about this is probably not the best way to get the word out. But we need a system in this town, whether it's about something you are for or against, to encourage meaningful participation. And that meaningful participation means that a lot of people from different backgrounds, different ideas, get to participate in the process. And this is just a classic example of where that didn't take place. So I'm going to repeat one more time that the key dates are Wednesday, January 19th at noon, January 24th at 7 p.m. Second issue I want to bring up is, and it was a shock to me, you know, this town offers scholarships for recreational purposes for the rec program.
You have 30 seconds.
What if I told you that the scholarships only covered 30%? 30%. So I'm asking you as select board members, and I know that, you know, they have their own board, but to look more closely at, you know, how and what these scholarships mean for kids or the lack thereof, because in these days of COVID, you know, kids and adults alike need something to do in the face of considerable isolation and fear. And that extends to the elderly as well.
You've reached
So
3 minutes.
5 more seconds. So I am asking that you look at the recreation scholarships to increase them to a meaningful amount. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment.
Okay. So I'm going to move into the miscellaneous agenda. I will take the meeting minutes from January 11th, 2022 first, and then I will read a majority of the other agenda, miscellaneous agenda items. So all those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from our last meeting on the 11th, say aye. Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now I will do my best to try to read through these. There's a lot here. But I do have the pleasure of calling one particular thing out, approving the authorization to hire request for an environmental engineer in the Engineering and Transportation Division following the promotion of Jay Hersey to the Director, the Director of Water and Sewer. Congratulations to Jay Hersey. Approving the following alternate manager for Sanctuary Medicinals, Nisi Antoine. Approving and executing a contract with Beta Group for investigation and sewer rehabilitation design in the amount of $255,477. Approving amendment number 2 to the contract with Leftfield for printing a hard copy of the preferred schematic report for the MSBA in the amount of $1,084.04. And approving amendment number 3 to the contract with Miller Dyer Spears Architects in the amount of $134,750 for geothermal feasibility study services and a traffic study. Authorization for the use of a construction manager at risk, CMR, delivery method for the construction and pre-construction services for the Pier School project in lieu of design bid build, and to authorize the town administrator to sign all related documents on behalf of the town and for the owner's project manager, the OPM, to submit an application to the Office of the Inspector General for approval to proceed. Approving change order number 7 with MDS for various updates on the Driscoll School project in the amount of $6,841. Approving change order number 1 to the contract with MDM Engineering Incorporated for deletions and additions to contract work as described in the change order at both the Municipal Service Center and the Heath School in the net amount of $25,054.68. Approving contract amendment number 9 with Hill International for added site representative work, services work rather, through the end of November 2022 to facilitate project completion, as well as added services for the quad and third floor renovations in the main building planned for the summer of 2022 in the amount of $125,835. Approving change order number 19 with Skanska for a zero-cost change accounting for 39 separate authorization requests that have all been determined by the OPM to be fair and reasonable compensable adjustments to the GMP, that's gross, greatest maximum price. Approving change order number 10 with CTA construction managers for various changes to the Brookline High School tap and gym and third floor renovation plan in the amount of an increase of $61,076.63, accepting an award from the Massachusetts Department of Fire Services for the fiscal year 22 firefighter safety equipment grant in the amount of $20,507, accepting a gift from Michael Levy, MD, PhD, a Baker School parent who is donating a new Gaga ball pit to the Baker School playground in the amount of $5,118. And finally, accepting a gift from the Brookline Community Foundation to support the development of a new Brookline parklet in the amount of $2,500. And before I call the roll, I believe that Raul want to say something about the Baker School gift.
Thanks, Heather. And with thanks for the gift, and also setting aside the fact that creating a ball pit right now at a public school is optimistic considering we're in the time of COVID. But hopefully we will get to that time when kids can play like that again. This did just raise a red flag for me around equity in schools and making sure that by and large, folks that live by one school have, by and large the same experience as kids that live near another school. And so, going to go forward and approve this, but I did reach out to the school committee through its chair, Suzanne Fetterspiel, who's just going to take a look and direct the policy committee to take a look at their policy around accepting gifts of this nature. A one-off thing like a ball pick doesn't make maybe a whole heap, big difference, but we start to see, disparities increase in funding based on private giving. It could be a problem with respect to equity between schools across the district. So she's going to look into that, and just wanted to just make that known as we accept this gift.
Great. Thank you for doing that. So all those in favor of the miscellaneous agenda items that I just rattled off, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So going into our calendar agenda, fire department promotions. Do I see yes, I see our chief firefighter, John Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is with great pleasure that I come before you tonight to again seek your approval for promotions and appointments in openings for the Worcester Fire Department. And if I may, I will start with the promotions. At the December 21st, 2020 meeting, the Select Board, in anticipation of the retirement of Chief of Operations Keith Flaherty, the body unanimously approved the fire department request to promote 3 anticipated vacancy officer positions internally. We have reviewed the civil service standings and conducted our interviews of the requisite eligible candidates. And tonight, I'm asking the Select Board to promote the following 3 individuals. The eligible members that I'm seeking to have your approval for are firefighter Michael P. Harrington to the position of lieutenant, Lieutenant Leah K. Shatkin to the position of captain, and Captain Ryan P. Gilfoy to the position of deputy chief. These members have proven to be valuable assets to our public safety community. There are bios included in the packet to you. I will just briefly comment on each of the 3, if I may. Firefighter Harrington joined the Brookline Fire Department in 2015. He's a graduate of Brookline High School, and he matriculated to University of Massachusetts, where he earned a bachelor's degree in legal studies. He has a number of certifications and has served with distinction as a temporary lieutenant over this past year, and he will make a fine addition to our officer corps. Lieutenant Leah Shatkin, who many of you on the board had the pleasure of promoting to lieutenant as our first female fire officer, is now in line to be a captain. She joined the department in 2015, was promoted to rank of lieutenant in 2019, and her tireless pursuit of educational and training opportunities are truly unmatched. She holds 2 bachelor's degrees, a Bachelor of Arts from Hobart and Smith College in Geneva, New York, and a Bachelor of Science degree from Anna Maria College in Paxton, Massachusetts. She is an emergency medical technician, pro board certified in a number of certifications. And she also stands out as she is a member of the FEMA USAR Urban Search and Rescue Task Force, FEMA 1 for Massachusetts, which is a highly trained special unit that gets called out by the federal government and the president on natural and man-made disasters. And she has had a number of different deployments over the course of just my time in these last 4 years. And she's a great asset to us there. And finally, Captain Ryan Gilfoy was appointed in 2005, also a Brookline resident, a lifelong resident, promoted to lieutenant in 2015 and to captain in 2017. He sought out multiple training opportunities and holds also tremendous number of certificates and certifications, including a member of the State Hazardous Materials Response Team. He is a instructor at the Mass Fire Academy and has been an instructor in other places. All 3 of these members will be assigned, if promoted tonight, to our training division and have been working diligently already to create and set up the curriculum for our 11 firefighters that will be going through our training drill school in February. So even though they're not officially promoted, they're hard at work getting ready for the job that awaits them. I noted that there are no past or current outstanding disciplinary issues with any of the candidates. And it's with a great deal of pride that I ask for the board's acceptance of these 3 candidates for promotion this evening.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief. So I think we should probably vote on this and then we can offer our congratulations. Is that the consensus of the board? I'm not seeing any objections. So let's dispense with the formalities. So all those in favor of the promotions as recommended by Chief John Sullivan for the 3 positions do say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Congratulations to all. Any other board members want to say any offer of congratulations? John and then Bernard.
I definitely want to say congratulations. I just want to be sure. I don't know if Chief Sullivan realized it, but he was briefly transported back to Worcester there at the beginning of the announcement. So I want these firefighters appointed for Brookline, not Worcester. And so.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I apologize.
You can take the guy out of Worcester, but you can't take the Worcester out of the guy. I think is the.
I literally just got a text from one of my former firefighters in Worcester, and one of our female firefighters who told me that she passed the lieutenant's exam, and I was her drill school instructor, so I had that on my brain. I'm very pleased for her, but my apologies.
I do just want to express my congratulations to these firefighters for the appointment and the promotions, and to offer my services as a photographer. If my shameless pitch to be invited to the pinning ceremony, if it hasn't already happened, is accepted, but no obligation at all, and just my hearty congratulations to all those on this.
It is in my notes right here, John. We're going to do individual pinnings tomorrow in my office between 1 and 2:30 in the rank order from Firefighter Harrington to new Deputy Chief Gilfoy. So you're welcome to come. Wear a mask. That's all we ask.
Great. Bernard?
Yes, thank you. Wow, I'm impressed again by the quality of firefighters we have in this town. And while I really don't want to pick out one, I do want to note that Lieutenant Leah Shackton seems to be really, really gung-ho on education. And that's really great because firefighting, just like police and other professions, no longer is just about fighting fires and doing other things like that require toughness and all, but it's really mental toughness that is necessary to advance as well as to really provide services to the community that they're in. So I just was very impressed by someone who has 2 bachelor degrees. I struggled to get one, and is so committed to continuing their education, which is also something that I see in Captain Guillory. So, congratulations on having just incredible people to advance through the department.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do pass along our congratulations to them at tomorrow's ceremony.
I will do so. And I probably should have done this one first, but I don't think the order really matters that much. The last piece of business is appointment. So in that December 21st meeting, we also authorized to fill the position formerly held by Chief Flaherty, which is not technically a promotion, but an appointment. And it is my recommendation that the select board appoint our senior deputy chief, Colin D. O'Connell, to fill that position. Chief O'Connell is a 31-plus year veteran of the department, having been promoted to deputy chief in 2006. With a decade and a half of practice experience as a deputy chief, he served in that position with distinction. Chief O'Connell holds a Master of Arts degree from Framingham State College with a concentration in public administration. He holds an unprecedented number of fire service certifications and is one of the longest serving members of the state's hazardous materials response team, as well as a specialist in technical rescue operations. Chief O'Connell's depth of knowledge and experience is unrivaled by his peers and makes him an ideal candidate to lead the day-to-day field operations of our department. He is a strong leader with definitive decision-making skills, qualities well suited to the role of the chief of operations. There are no previous or pending disciplinary actions related to the employee, and I have no doubt that he will prove to be an invaluable asset to me and our community in this position. And on a personal note, he has many of the great qualities that Chief Flaherty possesses, in that he is someone who is really into the job, as we would say, in the fire service. He really enjoys his vocation and his profession, and has devoted his life to that one cause, and that is to improve himself as a firefighter and a fire officer. And he will make a great addition to the staff and to my office and to me personally. So I would ask that you approve the appointment of Deputy Chief Colin O'Connell to the position of Chief of Operations and Executive Officer of the Fire Department.
Great. So all those in favor of this appointment to Chief of Operations, say aye. Bernard.
Well, I'm willing to say aye, but I don't think we have to approve this. I mean, this is not a civil service position, and it's really the chief's prerogative to appoint this person. But if you want to, as sort of a courtesy to the courtesy, I'll vote aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, and do pass along our congratulations.
I will do so. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So next on our agenda is the SUFA signs, revisiting a conversation that we had at the end of last year about whether or not we're going to re-up the contract. So who wants to go first? Todd?
Sorry, I'll kick it off. I was in transition, being brought up from attendee to a panelist, so I might have missed the initial thing. Todd Curran, Transportation Administrator for the town of Brookline. I'm joined by Eleanor and Shelley from SUFA. I believe also Patty Correa from the Town Council's office is also online. So as you know, in October of 2021, we came before you for a renewal of the SUFA contract. The super signs were piloted by a vote of the select board back in 2019, and they are 23 digital billboards that advertise local businesses, town events, community events, etc., spread throughout our commercial district. They've had a very favorable interaction with the town with respect to promoting our events, promoting various initiatives by the various departments, especially during COVID. They were heavily used by the health department and won the praise of our former public health director, Dr. Jett, for working with him, developing easy to use graphics that they could push out quickly to communicate to the public different public health policy initiatives as they were changing so that they could easily adapt. They've also used, we've used the super signs in transportation and economic development to track the changing usage of our commercial districts as to track as people were coming back with pedestrian count data. It helped us to identify the expanded sidewalks area to create those extra spaces for pedestrians during COVID to allow them to make the essential trips. And we are recommending favorable action on a renewal for 2 years. At your last meeting, you asked for a series of different data points in information that has been provided to you in my memo, as well as a privileged memo provided by Town Council's office. One of the outstanding issues was the content with respect to the advertising. As you know, in 2019, this was a new for the town. So we had established parameters within the agreement that allowed SUFA to essentially be the gatekeepers on what content would be allowed on the signs. And the town had the right to essentially veto any content that we saw that did not meet community standards. Based on your comments at the last meeting, we worked with Town Council's office that looked deeper into the First Amendment rights, since this is on public property. And with the help of Patty Correa, we have developed proposed guidelines that are also included in my memo that will govern specifically what is and is not appropriate for the SUFA signs. This is based off of the MBTA design guidelines for their advertising on their buses and shelters. So it's tested in the marketplace. So we are confident that this will hold up against any challenges. And it also, alleviates the issue with SUFA putting something up, us seeing it, going back and forth in terms of taking it down. This is clear guidance for SUFA to follow. Just so you know, following your meeting in October, when you raised concerns about the lantern advertising, as well as based off of the proposed guidelines, SUFA has already made changes proactively to comply with these digital guidelines in advance of renewal of the contract. So we are, again, recommending favorable action on the contract, as well as the guidelines. And we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Todd. I know that the conversation that we had last time, it felt like we were very close, but not quite all the way together. So I really appreciate you working on this so diligently to get us here tonight. Any questions from select board members on the guidelines or the contract itself? Miriam.
So just to clarify, the Lantern won't be able to advertise any more on the sofa boards and similar. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yep, correct. So based on these digital guidelines, marijuana, tobacco are specifically not allowed. So Lantern has, SUFA again took that proactive step to remove the Lantern advertising on the 4 signs that had it. After following the meeting with the select board, when select board expressed concerns that did not meet the community standards.
Is alcohol included as well, or just tobacco and marijuana?
So I'm gonna, if Patty knows off the top of her head, if not, I'm thumbing through them right now, but Patty, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I'm looking for, I'd have to find the language.
Eleanor is shaking her head yes, so.
Okay, here it is. Yes, so in the guidelines, there's an item 2 on prohibited content regarding tobacco and cannabis. And then there's an item 3 regarding prohibited content regarding alcohol. So those are two categories of prohibited content.
Thank you very much, because I really like the SOFR sign. So I'm glad to see that adopted.
John?
Thanks very much. And thank you, Todd. I want to say that I think the questions that the board asked were taken very seriously, and I recognize this required quite a bit of work, and I'm very pleased, and all I can say is thank you for the work you've done on this. There's one question that I didn't hear addressed. I hope I didn't miss it. One of my concerns was that it just didn't seem to me that we were getting much financial benefit. And I'm talking about, not just sort of services like, we can use the board when we want to for municipal announcements, but, money. We're giving away space on our sidewalks uniquely to this particular contractor. And we are doing so, as far as I can tell, without seeing if there's anybody else who wants to bid for the contract. Maybe there just aren't that many people in this business. And I don't feel like we're getting much money out of this for what we're giving away in terms of street space, and also sort of violation of the principle that public spaces are public spaces. They're not basically for us to hand out to people for private profit. So are we getting any more money than was conveyed to us when this was presented for renewal? Because the money, if I'm remembering, was like low thousands of dollars, and that's it.
So the contract includes a 20% revenue share, net revenue share. And to date, that accounts for little over $12,000 that's been paid to the town by SUFA. Again, we expected the dollar amount to be higher because for the vast majority of 2020 and 2021, SUFA was not charging our local businesses for advertising or other businesses for advertising. So they were not generating any revenue, which means we were not generating any revenue. When we were coming up on the renewal of this, we did look in the marketplace to see if there were any other similar products or similar digital billboards that are placed similar to what SUFA has, and we did not find any. SUFA seems to be the only one in the market, and based on the fact that $12,000 is 20% of their net revenue, this is by no means a moneymaker, a large moneymaker or a large revenue stream for SUFA or for the town. And I don't think it was ever intended to be with respect to the town. But we felt comfortable with 20%. And based on everything we're getting that's non-financial, I understand it's not the hard dollars, and trust me, there's nobody in no department in this town that wants better funding or more funding than my office, as you know. But there are lots of benefits that the town is getting that's non-revenue based with respect to the hundreds and thousands of hours, basically of 70 plus campaigns to promote town events, town initiatives, the census, voting, et cetera, that the town's getting for, as part of our benefits of this. And I think it's important to understand that, if we were to try to price that out, in lawn signs or in advertising in the newspapers or in that types of initiatives, I think it'd be, a lot more cost to the town than showing up when you're just looking at pure revenue.
Any other comments by select board members? Raul.
Sure, thanks, Heather. Yeah, it just seems to me that at this moment in time, the benefits seem to outweigh the cost. That may not be the case in the future, but that is the case right now. I see no reason to not continue forward for another couple of years at this point.
I will say that I'm a big supporter of the SUFA signs, and here's why. I think it is a really good example of a public-private partnership. They are not, a money maker. This is an experiment for them and for us. And one of the things that I've heard over and over and over again, and in fact, we heard it tonight during public comment is, how do we get the word out about what's going on in town? And I think we all tend to, especially in times of COVID, we surround ourselves with our networks and we don't meet other people that have no idea that Brookline is not part of Boston, that have no idea that our local elections go on in May, that have no idea that you can, show up to a public meeting and help shape, policy. So I've seen a lot of people stop and look at those signs for information. People that would, this is my opinion, but I think it's correct, would never go to the town of Brookline's website and try to access this information. So we're able to penetrate people that are physically here that we have no way to otherwise interact with them. So I'm very grateful, especially during these past 2 pandemic years. We were able to get out a lot of public information timely without having to worry about how we were going to pay for it. Miriam and then John.
I'm just going to echo your comments, Heather. I think I agree. It's a great example of a public-private partnership. I really appreciate how willing everyone was, to work on something that was highlighted as an issue and resolve it. And I think it is the way forward. If people don't, they use those signs. I use those signs. And I think that's in fact exactly right. It's a generational, it may be generational, but people aren't going to navigate to the town of Brookline website. They just aren't. They're going to be on the street corner and they're going to look at that sign and they're going to get some information. And I think how we manage it is really important. And so I really feel good about how we did manage it with this ongoing process. So thank you.
John?
I just want to explain to people that I am going to vote no. And it's not because I'm such a skinflint that, I, excuse me, I am, going to hold them up for more money than they can, than 20%. 20% is of net. They do the calculation. They tell us, what their net was, and they give us 20%. And the number is shockingly low. And if this were a successful medium for conveying information, the number would be much higher. There would be advertisers happy to, use these SUFA signs to display their wares. So far, the one that's been the happiest is the cannabis delivery service. And I don't think that's appropriate. And that is not what we envisioned when we allowed the use of our public spaces by this private company. And the one issue that has not been raised by any of the board members is, what is the data that they're gathering with these signs? Todd referenced it, and I'm glad to hear that we actually get to share in some of the data. But this is a data collecting company, just like everywhere you go these days, there's companies that are trying to get data on you. And this is a company that is getting data on you and using it for private profit-making purposes. And I just do not think this is a good precedent to be setting, which is to sell space on our public spaces for a private data gathering company to profit from gathering data on our citizens. I'm not comfortable with it.
Raul?
Yeah, I think folks can think differently about that. I will just say it's not like that hasn't come up in our previous conversations with SUFA. That came up the last time that we took up this renewal. So it was discussed. We did get information on that, and I just wanted to remind my colleague about that.
I will also say, before I recognize Bernard, that I seem to recall that when we first contracted with SUFA, the agreement was that they were going to only allow advertisements from basically local businesses and not national brands. And that decision on their part, I'm sure, impacts their revenue stream. That is not something that they had to do, but something that they chose to do in order to promote that they were a local partner. Please correct me if that statement is no longer true, but that was my understanding, and I found it to be very persuasive. Bernard?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on something that John and Raul mentioned, and that is the data that's collected. And I'd like Todd to sort of explain, how the questions that we had last time have been addressed, and specifically, what data is collected. I think we know that, but how is it used? And secondly, can the data be repurposed for other purposes that we haven't thought of at this point? And maybe that's really a question of what type of ongoing oversight and controls do we have over this data and the use of the data.
So in my memo, there was a 3-page policy that SUFA has, and anyone can get it. It's available on their website, called Overview of SUFA Sensor Technology and Data Privacy Policy. That was last updated November 9th, 2021. And essentially it describes how they collect, they collect, let's see, observes information being sent by Wi-Fi enabled devices such as MAC addresses, manufacturers, and signal strength. They receive non-identifiable data from these MAC addresses. After that, SUFA encrypts the information and sends it back from the machine back to their, back to where they essentially, where their hub is. They reverse engineer the encryption. And then they provide that information to the municipalities, as well as they use it, I assume, when selling advertising to demonstrate, the amount of, pedestrians that would walk by and see the signs. With respect to how the town uses it, the data we see is personal identifiable. It's in aggregate form, so it does not identify pedestrians by name or give any identifying markers. We get aggregate data, so we can say, the amount of pedestrians that walked by this sign was 300 this day, 200 this day, 500 that day. That's the amount of detail we get. Certainly, there are other software packages out there that the town has used in the past for transportation purposes that gets a lot more granular than that. But in terms of, the policy, I am not an expert on this by any means, and Eleanor and Shelley, please jump in. But the board was given the 3-page privacy policy.
Does either Shelley or Eleanor want to expound on what Todd said?
Can I just ask or confirm, the MAC addresses is identifying people specifically?
Sure. So I can comment on the sensor data. I'm actually the individual that put that document together. The MAC addresses are scrambled and encrypted essentially after they are picked up by the sensor. So it's a process called hashing. Again, I'm more of a lay person, so I'm not a technical expert on this either. But there is no possible way for the sensor to know who the MAC address belongs to, where the device is at any point. For example, it can't pick up on a MAC address, scramble it, and then know that that MAC address has traveled to Coolidge Corner and is at home. And it cannot target. We don't use targeted advertising in our system whatsoever. So it's not understanding, 500 people walked by the sign. Oh, we know that they're between the ages of 25 and 35. So we're going to sell advertisements to a company trying to target that audience. That's not what we're doing in any sense. Todd is completely correct that it is anonymized data, aggregate data that purely gives the town a picture into what the foot traffic trends are like, as specifically as by the hour, week over week, or month over month, depending on how you want to view it.
Any other questions by board members? At this time, I'm going to move for a vote to adopt the contract. Any discussion before I move that language?
Can I
Seeing-
just,
Sure,
sorry,
Todd.
I just wanted to ask, are you voting the guidelines with the contract, or are you voting them separately? I just want to be clear that they get voted.
Thank you for that distinction, because I had forgotten. I'm inclined to do them both together unless anybody wants me to take them separately. Okay, we're doing them together. So the contract and the guidelines, adoption. If you're in favor, please say aye. Bernard.
I'll say aye. I just want to make sure, just state that the town needs to be bird dogging these things so that the collection of data doesn't change and be repurposed for other purposes. So,
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Opposed.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much for working on this and bringing it back to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Next is the audit presentation for fiscal year 21.
okay, I see Craig Peacock is here, and I hope everyone got my memo that is in lieu of me spending your time giving an introduction to Craig Peacock. You know, the only outstanding issues found in the are found in the management letter, and I sort of urge people to make sure they read that. They relate to a couple of school issues, and also note that you know, the committee discussed the matter involving mutual aid of Brookline, and we're proposing a policy for the select board to adopt. I mean, not proposing right now, but will be proposing something in the future. Those are the only two things I want to just highlight before Craig spends the rest of the time on this topic.
Okay, I guess use it to me.
Yep.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you very much for your time. In respect of the board's time frame and such tonight, in typical fashion, we have already met with the audit committee, and what I would say is, you know, dived into the facts and figures within the financials and the other reports. So I'm gonna kind of keep this at a very high level, and then willing to answer any questions that may come up at the end or along the way, whatever works for the board members. Again, this is related to the fiscal 21 audit reports, of which there are 3: the financial statements, the report on federal award programs, and the management letter. The financial statements, the town received an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion that the town can receive. That is what you're looking for. Throughout the conduct of our audit, in working with the various departments, this year for 2021, we did mostly in person, but it was a little bit of a hybrid. And I just wanted to thank you know, your whole finance team and all department heads for their diligence in scanning and, you know, being flexible in providing us the necessary information that we need to conduct the audit. We couldn't do that without everybody's flexibility. So essentially, all of our reporting deadlines were met with various department heads in needing the information. We're happy to say that the first time through, 90%, you know, or more of the information received was accurate and allowed us to look and essentially compare to the town's general ledger to assure that proper supporting documentation did exist. You'll see when we get to the management letter that the town had no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, again, which is what you would want. Those are much more severe in nature, and we did not encounter any of those. Just a few of the financial highlights. During fiscal 21, the town refunded and issued about $4.1 million worth of refunding bonds on some older bonds. It's very similar to us refinancing our home mortgage. You essentially save, you know, on interest costs and such going forward, and that refunded resulted in a future debt service savings to the town of $815,000. It was another year of COVID, realistically, and the town received, both the town and the school, received many of the various COVID-related grants, generally all federal related, but many come through the state. We'll see when we get to the federal award program report that there was approximately $8 million in increased expenditures this year over the previous year. And it's essentially all the result of COVID-related dollars that were received by the town. Now, the town, there's the American Reinvestment Act that came out, and the town has received about $16 million of that during fiscal 21, of which none has been spent yet. There's about 43.9 million between both the local and the county share that the town would be eligible for. Just in case the board and or the town is not aware, recently final rules came out in relation to these opera funds, as they're called, and they're essentially giving what we'll refer to as a standard deduction of $10 million of revenue loss. So the town can either complete their own calculation to see how the numbers, if they are in excess of 10 million, or you now have leeway to utilize $10 million as what we call revenue loss in your upcoming budgets, committed through 24 and spent by 26. So it actually gives the town a lot more leeway in utilizing those, as we call, opera funds. Last couple of things I'll mention on the financial statements themselves is a couple of the largest liabilities that we are always talking about. One being the other post-employment benefit liability, GASB 75. That decreased this year by $32 million. Essentially, it was, we were able to, the actuary was able to use what we refer to as a blended rate and some various assumption changes. And also because the town utilizes the retirement board to invest the OPEB trust assets, they have a little bit more leeway than strictly your treasurer would have with town funds in order to invest them. And we saw a very strong investment performance on those funds this year. And at the end of fiscal 21, the town has a little over $81 million in that OPEB trust fund, which is from what we see across our client base is about probably second in accumulation across the state of Massachusetts. So kudos to the town leaders, your OPEB committee for really addressing it and moving forward with funding that liability. The other liability that we generally do speak of is the net pension liability, GASB 68, which essentially also decreased approximately $22.6 million as a whole in fiscal 21. That also was due to some minor assumption changes, but realistically very strong investment performance on the investments of the retirement system this year. So those were two very positive decreases in overall liabilities for the town. I guess I'll just mention really quick, I know that the town's very interested in their general fund and the amount of unreserved, unassigned funds. And this year we were a little over 9% of general fund revenues, of which the town consistently meets or exceeds. And so that is definitely factors. All of the various factors that I just spoke of financially contribute to the town maintaining their AAA rating. So definitely all very good financial policies. Leads us to the report on federal award programs. Again, I mentioned about an $8 million increase over the expenditure level of last year. There was $13.2 million of federal dollars spent from the town this year. And essentially we were required to audit 54% of those dollars. And the vast increase, if we were to go down the list, it's essentially related to what we call the Coronavirus Relief Fund, various school COVID-related grants, as well as food service COVID-related grants to keep keep everybody fed, keep the meal programs going and such. We're happy to say that through auditing those programs, there were no findings or question costs. And any of the findings that we have discussed in the past regarding other types of grants, late reporting and not reconciling the final report, those have all been cleared and considered resolved. Everything we reviewed was properly documented and able to be reconciled back to supporting documentation this year. Again, finally, for the report on federal award, the town received an unmodified opinion again, which is the best that you can get. That leaves us with the management letter. Management letter this year, essentially one comment from the previous year's management letter was fully resolved, and there's two that are, one would consider partially resolved, being in relation to scholarships, one being unresolved just in relation to an audit of student activity funds, which at the dollar value, DESE, Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, recommends at least one in every 3 years that an outside audit occur, and in the intervening years that an audit be conducted in-house. And there's been some personnel changes in the school department and such, but during fiscal 21, we were not able to obtain any support that an internal review or an external review for that matter was conducted. And we only had one new comment this year, just in relation to, the town has a number of different departments that do collect funds. More and more is being collected online via the town's website and such. However, in speaking with the treasurer's finance director, we thought, and I know there has been some talk already internally of enhancing the policy that was in place. We felt that it was beneficial to recommend that with the number of departments and such that are collecting monies, some turnover much more quickly than the next and such, we thought it was important to recommend that maybe a definitive policy regarding when turnovers to Treasury should be made. Is it based on time? Is it based on dollar value? So on and so forth. There's a number of ways it can work, but we just thought it was important to make a recommendation to at least review that policy and make any adjustments deemed necessary by your finance director / treasurer. In summary, the audit went very well, and that's an overview of the 3 reports. I'm more than happy to drill down or answer any questions that the board might have.
Great. Thank you so much, Craig. Before I recognize Miriam, maybe this is a question. Not sure if it's for you, Craig, or Bernard or Mel. Are we going to reach out to the schools and make sure that we have some sort of verification about the audit, Bernard?
Yeah, I did reach out to a member of the school committee who assured me that he would follow up and make or figure out what the situation is. I also have a call into Samuel Rippon, the Administration and Finance Director, and hopefully they'll get back to me and I can report that to the select board.
Great, thank you so much, Bernard, for doing that. Miriam.
Thank you for this. So, and it's a lot. I will admit I did not read all of it, but I did read a lot of it. So in 2019 and 2020, there was the Brookline, I always forget the Bfac, I always forget what it stands for, Brookline Fiscal Advisory Committee, did a very comprehensive report on some concerning issues of fiscal import to the town. I didn't really see that referenced anywhere there. Did you guys know about it? Can you speak to me? It seemed to me when you look at the Bfac report that there are some real issues that we, need to have our lens on in terms of fiscal responsibility in the town. And I didn't see any of that reflected in this report. So I have a hard time believing that it all went away because of COVID. So I'm just wondering where that gap is. And I'm happy, happy to share the Bfac report. I just pulled it up. Their biggest issues were some of the things that you've addressed, the budget gap, the rating concerns, debt burden and reserves, but they had a very different take on it. So I'm just trying to get a feel for, where we are looking at those two reports, which are not that far apart in terms of when they were done.
Let me just add, you may recall that there was a warrant article requiring the Bfac committee to assess the responses of various town departments to their report, and that was done. And a couple of reports were given by that committee. The issues that came up in the audit committee, we discussed. We didn't agree with a couple of them, and we are going to, with respect to rotating the partner of the audit firm, that's going to be discussed by the committee at some point in the future, and that's an issue that people are most concerned with. So. But I'm sure Craig has more to say.
Yeah.
What I would say related to the Bfac report is I have not seen that entire report. That has been mostly an internal town document and or reading. Some different pieces of it have been brought up at the audit committee meetings and such. However, there hasn't been a number of items in there that we were asked to respond to as far as our audit. Some of the items in the Bfac report are a little bit different than what an audit generally will look at and report on. And we're always willing and have open ears, if you will, to understand the concerns of the town and should we make any changes or enhancements to different areas that are looked at. But as far as for this particular audit, my opinion is that it was still in process. The items were being worked out, and it hadn't actually made it back to us as far as a marching order, if you will, to let's look at this, and this type of thing.
So I want to give Mel an opportunity to respond because I think he was working on this particular issue.
Sure, I'll talk a little bit about the Bfac report. I think Craig is referring to, a lot of the issues in the Bfac report were management related and not audit related per se. But the one area that I believe is, in my opinion, the most fundamental issue that the Bfac report did was evaluate the town's credit rating factors, issues around reserves, loan ratios, and so on. And in particular, I think that the amount of reserves was something that we've committed to. I believe both of the budgets since the Bfac report include higher reserves, and I think that the percentage of reserves as part of our fund balance has been increasing. We've kind of gone to the bottom, and now we're going back towards that 10% level. So I think that's probably the most significant implication of the Bfac report in terms of these financial reports.
Thank you.
Before I recognize John, I just want to add a few things. There were, I think, 19 recommendations from the Bfac report. Miriam, I'm happy to meet with you and maybe even somebody from the Bfac committee to go over them. As Mel alluded to, a lot of them really were high-level management questions. For instance, whether to do yearly operational overrides to keep it up with, how much we're asked to do with all the constraints of Prop 2.5. And then I recall that there was a recommendation for the town school partnership committee to meet more frequently than just twice a year, those types of things. But as Mel alluded to, one of the biggest things that impacted us fiscally was, keeping our reserves at 10%. We had not been doing that. Mel put in some policies to get us in line there. Now I want to recognize John.
Thanks very much. And thanks to the auditor and thanks to the audit committee. I think maybe it would be useful just to walk through a little bit this recommendation having to do with cash handling policy, because I did notice that the language, is pretty cautious. Clearly, this is not, alarm bell language. It's not, house on fire language. It's far from it. It's basically just saying in kind of a quiet way, you might want to take a look at your cash handling policy and have a policy. And so, but I wonder if the auditor could comment on, is it in any sense typical for an operation of this size, like let's call it a $300 million operation, to not have a cash handling policy? And could he just flesh out a little bit, what could go wrong if you don't have a clear cash handling policy? What are the kinds of things that can go wrong in terms of internal cash handling?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I agree with your comment that the management letter comment is more generic than throwing up a flare to say there is a big issue currently. I 100% agree with that. What we've seen is that some departments utilize standard forms, others don't have a standard form. Some departments make turnovers daily, other departments were maybe weekly, some even a little bit later than that. And so we just, again, as you alluded to, a $300 million budget, we feel that because the town has such strong financial controls in many other areas, that we thought just having a much more defined cash handling policy for the timeliness of turnovers, what happens should some collections occur close to the end of the day, how is that money maintained if it can't make it to the treasurer, off the treasurer's office by the end of that day, various things like that. Without, what I want to say is we did not note any irregularities through our testing for the town of Brookline, but as an example of what we've seen in other communities, things such as, let's say, recreation, that's an area that quite often has maybe some holes in it, if you will. A lot of times students are used, a lot of times personnel that maybe are not extremely financially savvy or involved in the day-to-day financial operations of the department are, collecting fees at a basketball event or at a dance or, any of the above type things. And if there's not a good method to, pre-numbered tickets that are being sold so that somebody can say, okay, we sold 300 tickets at $10 a piece, we should have $3,000 turned over. Just some checks and balances, to allow Treasury essentially to feel comfortable with what they're receiving, and that, money isn't, we've seen it quite often slip out the back door or from food service programs or that type of thing. And again, I want to reiterate, we have not seen any of this in the town of Brookline. Just in speaking with your finance director, he also concurred that a more defined and definitive policy would make sense, so that there's the same type of procedure is being handled by each department.
Thanks.
Great. I'll acknowledge Bernard and ask Devin to promote Justin Casanova Davis, because I think he wanted to respond to this as well. But Bernard?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Mel if he could circulate to Marion the memo he prepared in response to the Bfac recommendations, because I think it was issued before Marion was on the board, and it was fairly thorough in terms of addressing all the issues.
Yes.
Justin?
Yeah, thank you, Heather, Devin. Good afternoon, Justin Casanova Davis, Acting Finance Director. I just wanted to comment on what Craig had said, and I want to thank him for speaking with me about this. One of the first things that I did when Mel appointed me into this position on an interim basis was work with our assistant treasurer to look at our cash policy. It was mentioned in the Mass Collectors and Treasurers Association that we need to do a little bit better on our cash policies. We did a review for this audit to take a look and see if there were any irregularities. We did not notice any irregularities. However, we are doing a review. We touched base with all departments, told them what our expectation was, what we have done, but we want to present the select board with a formalized policy that we will implement for all departments moving forward. So we're in that process, and we'll look forward to address that issue for the next audit.
Great. Thank you so much, Justin. John?
Thank you. Actually, I didn't even realize I had my hand up, but I was thinking I'd like to just add another question or comment. How do you define how we would know if there was money not being turned over that had been collected? That's the part that troubles me. Is you can say, well, every week or so or every month or so they turn over X amount, and it's consistent, and it goes up in the months where there seems to be more activity and down in the months where there seems to be less activity. But where are the controls that tell you every dollar that's being collected is being turned over?
You want me? I'll take a stab at that, John. Well, obviously, a lot of our payments now are done via, credit cards and checks and so forth. So what we will do is we'll do a review of what the department has received, look at what we've put in Munis and what our department receives. Our policy is generally, if someone takes cash, is to give it to the Treasury department by the end of the day, and then we'll reconcile those ledgers internally. And we will take a look. Obviously, the more cash you take is a little more difficult. So recreation generally have been areas of concern in the past. The golf course example. But we try to review this pretty expeditiously, and most of our payments are by credit card and so forth. So hopefully that addresses your question.
Thanks.
Any other questions or discussion? Well, a big thank you to Bernard and Craig for this presentation. It was about half the time that I remember last year. So I really appreciate, Craig, you condensing it. It was much easier to follow this year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just add that if board members have questions, direct them to me or direct them directly to Craig, and we'll try to get an answer. And I know there's a lot of stuff in the packet, and it's not easy stuff. So
great. Thank you both very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay, on to a public hearing that was scheduled for 7 p.m. So we're only a few minutes late. This is a public hearing for open air parking license at 56 Harvard Ave. I believe the speaker is Stephen Feinstein.
That's right.
Great. Hi, Stephen. Do you want to just give us a little spiel about what it is that we're considering tonight? And try to keep it under 90 seconds. And then we'll ask you a bunch of questions.
Probably 30 seconds. I acquired this property recently. I'm applying for the identical license that the prior owner had, and my intended use is identical to how she used the property.
Well, that makes it easy. Thank you for that concise response. Any questions from select board members? Just for my own memory, 56 Harvard Ave, where is that exactly? Like, who are your abutters?
It's not Harvard Street. It's if you would head south on Harvard Street and you get to where the car wash is, you would turn left. Although you can't turn one-way street the other way, but that's where it is.
Got it. Okay, so near the Pierce playground,
Yes,
right?
it's three properties over from the park.
Great. Okay, excellent.
Harvard Street.
Just good to, have a sense of where this is in town. Any other comments, or should we just get right to the vote? Same use?
Or any
No
comments from the
changes?
public?
Oh, yes, it is a public hearing. Thank you, my vice chair. Any comments by the public?
At this time, there are 20 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, so the public hearing was open and I will close it. Please do let us know if you do have a comment. I will try to squeeze you in, but you have a few more seconds to try to make your comments known. I'm going to read the language of the vote, and then if we still don't have any comments, we will take the vote via roll call. Does that sound good? Okay. So the language is approving the application for an open air parking license at 56 Harvard Ave. Location is 7,526 square feet for 14 cars. Transfer of ownership from Karen Langsner. Stephen, did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
Yeah, I spoke with Tiffany Souza a number of times. The prior license stated 4,500 square feet.
That sounds, I was like 7,000 square feet is a lot for 14 cars. So, okay.
I measured it myself, but I included an additional parcel that wasn't included in the lot that's being applied for.
So
Prior license.
maybe I'm a little confused. Are we voting on two parcels tonight or just one?
Just one, the very same one.
Okay.
The prior owner had a license for.
Okay, so the vote language will be to reflect the 56 Harvard Avenue open air from what it was to what it is going to be. And we will let our administrative staff verify the feet and the number of cars, but it's supposed to be about 14.
It's exactly 14 cars and it's 4,500 square feet.
Great. Okay, so that will be captured in the meeting minutes and this vote. Any comments before I call the roll? Okay. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, the other public hearing was postponed, so we can slide right into the moment we have all been waiting for, Brookline High School project update. Rounding third. Former select board member Nancy Heller in the house. Good evening,
Yes, and
Nancy.
good evening, and good evening to you all. And there are a number of other people who are joining me, including George Cole, one of the co-chairs. I believe Susan will be here as well, Susan Wolf-Ditkoff. Andy Jonick will be from Ron is our architects. Ray Masak is here. And I think Ian Park will be here somewhere. Ian, are you here? Sam Lasky is here. There's Susan. Just looking always on Zoom. It's a little hard to tell. Okay, if I missed anyone, I don't know where Ian is. I would have, oh, there he is. I see him now. Okay, great. So I just want to make a brief introduction, and then Andy, I believe, is going to go and is going to do a brief slide presentation. So you'll see from the, Devin sent you an email about the project. I tried to list the various components. As you see, it was a very complex project and with many moving parts. The good news is that we're in terrific shape. We have slipped a little in the timelines area because of all the problems that have happened in the past 2 years, the pandemic, the galloping escalation for which we had to seek additional bond authorization, the supply chain issues, some staffing issues among the contractor and subcontractors. But we're really on track now, and we're going to finish in a pretty reasonable time. And Andy will take you through those. We already have one big piece finished, and you'll see some pictures of that. The other thing I want to, and budgetarily, we're in great shape. With the infusion from the additional bond authorization, we're going to be able to complete all of the projects well within our budget. And we'll show you a slide about that as well. I do want to say one thing about staffing of the project, and that is that we have had some disappointments and some reasons to rejoice. Andy Felix from Hill International, who is our outside project manager, left us in December to go to another firm. We're happy for him, disappointed for us. Luckily for us, Ian Parks has taken his place, and he's done an able job of shepherding, continue to shepherd this project through to its completion. Ray Masak, whom we've all known for many years, been in the building department, has finally decided to retire, which is great news for him. Not so great for the rest of us, but in the meantime, since he made the decision to retire on January 21st, which is Friday, he is going to agree to stay on for 1 day a week to help us shepherd this project through, and also, I'm sure, work on other issues in the building department. So we're really happy you're staying on, Ray, and thank you for doing that. I know that you were eager to be off on the ski slopes, but hopefully you'll be able to get in enough of that to satisfy yourself. Okay, so why don't we move on to our slide presentation. Andy Jonick, why don't you take it over?
Right. Thanks, everyone. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. And I'm joined by Sam Lasky, principal in charge. Sam, I know you had a few words, so go ahead.
Yeah, Andy will take us through these, but I just wanted to say how wonderful it's been working with our co-chairs here. I know maybe the last time we were with the select board was earlier in the project when you all were approving it and we got to get going, but you all have a great group in your co-chairs and Ray and all who've helped us in so many ways and how. So I just want to give a shout out to them, because as architects, great clients are ingredient number one, I have to say.
Thanks, Sam. Just a recap of the overall project. It's got one title, but there are many, many projects. I won't go through every single one, but the new building over the tracks is just about open. The STEM wing, there's renovations to the third floor. Cypress Field will be renovated, or is being renovated at the moment. Tap-in gym, boiler plant, the streetscape. To give you a sense of where each of these projects stands, these are the projects that have either opened or are about to open. The STEM wing was last fall. Third floor renovation, phase one opened in December. The MBTA station, which we're thrilled, given the challenges of building over the tracks, was just opened recently, earlier this month. The Tap-in gym will open later this month. 22 Tap-in students will be in at the end of January. Deferred maintenance, or multiple phases to that project, which the new boilers are operational. Upcoming projects this year: Cypress Field scheduled to be complete in the fall. Deferred maintenance, there's an oil tank removal that will be ongoing in the spring. And then the completion of the third floor renovations, where the science classrooms were moved into the STEM wing, and that floor, the corridor and the classrooms would be renovated. And finally, the streetscape connecting all the buildings, a renovation of the sidewalk along the southern edge of Tappan Street is scheduled for next summer. I'll start with the STEM wing, just sharing, we really want to celebrate the opening of these buildings. We were thrilled when the STEM wing opened. We had all had many conversations about connecting to the quad, making a new accessible entrance for the high school. And sure enough, on day one, the students started sitting on the steps as planned, filling the hallways, the seating area on the interior. It was really exciting to see. Here you can see the main entry. So when we start returning to town meetings in person in the auditorium, you'll see this space on the way up the stairs or up the elevator, connected to the quad, again, filled with students. On the upper floors, it's one of the first times in the high school, or it is the first time that when you look down the hallway, you can see to the outdoors, but you're also looking into the science classrooms and seeing the students learning, seeing that activity. This is a view of one of the chemistry classrooms, big tall ceilings, large windows looking out to the quad. Really excited to see this space lived in, occupied, periodic tables on the walls. And then of course the MBTA opening a couple weekends ago. You can see the sign there on the right. The 22 Tappan building, as I mentioned, is scheduled to open later this month. We are punch listing. They are preparing the building. And this is a photo from a couple weeks ago, so they've made even more progress since I took this shot. You can see that cafeteria fronting the Cypress Field, which is just off to the left. Inside the cafeteria space, many people have remarked how you don't hear the train as it goes under the building. That was by design. The cafeteria, the library is just in the upper left corner, conference room, and the servery in the distance. So not just a cafeteria, but also a civic space for the town. This is an event space where you could have 200 people listening to a lecture. There's also a 150-seat theater just at the end, just to the left here. So designed for school use, but also for town use after hours. The library, many school buildings in town have the library near the front door. This library is on the second floor overlooking that cafeteria space, looking out to the park. A lot of abundant natural light. Furniture will be moved into the space very soon. Down at the southern end near Brinkton Road, there's a two-story collaboration space, we call it, or breakout space from the classrooms. It's surrounded by multiple classrooms on multiple levels, but also has adult offices for guidance, the nurse's office, faculty work areas, kind of in a neighborhood around this open space at the southern end of the building. On the northern end,
Andy, I'll just jump in and say that that kind of collaboration space is something that was part of the education plan that Hal and Anthony and the team at the high school thought would be valuable. And it's kind of wonderful to see a proof of concept of that already in the STEM building, where there are several of these and they are being used by the students. And so this will be more of that opportunity for new ways of teaching at the high school.
Thanks, Sam. This is on the fourth floor. We call it the physics balcony, where you can see there's some steel up here where they can have gravity experiments or set up a pendulum. There's 4 class physics labs on this level and 4 immediately below. This is a view of one of the physics classrooms. Again, very tall ceilings. These rooms have views out to the hills of Brookline and to downtown Boston. So wonderful spaces to be in and to occupy. Took this shot just as the MBTA was opening the platform, looking back towards the stem wing, and you can see the 10-foot wide sidewalk that is being constructed that will continue in front of the UAB building in the summer, making that connection all the way back to the stem wing of the main building. We're also happy to announce the renovations at Tappan Gym. For the first time when you walk in there, the Tappan building is connected to Crane Pool, the lobby. This is much more open than it was 2 years ago. Views into classrooms, a community room off to the right. The vestibule has been moved outside of the building, making the lobby more gracious. New fitness center has opened just to the right as you walk in. And we've also done some simple upgrades to the gym, some of the gyms upstairs, new floor in here, and paint. Cypress Field, of course, the work is ongoing, allowing the grass to grow in during the spring and summer months, and will open for use in the fall. Ian or Nancy, would you like to say a few words about the budget?
Yeah, before I do, I would like to ask Susan Wolf-Ditkoff to comment on the educational goals, because after all, that's what all this is about. And you've talked some about it, Andy, but I think she could maybe fill in more detail.
Thank you.
Sure, I'm happy to. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you to the Select Board for having us. Thank you for Andy for getting us started with all of the terrific updates. I just want to take a quick step back. I mean, this has been a year of so many losses, 2 years of so many losses, and this is just an extraordinary gift to the students, to the teachers, to the neighborhood when it's all done. And I think 20 years from now, 50 years from now, we'll be looking back on this as just an extraordinary change in the campus. And it really is kind of the civic heart. If you think about it, we have so many community facilities there, and the educational goals of really knitting together the high school with the town and with the community into a unified campus around Cypress Field, which, as many of you know, is a historic playground, the first playground in the country. This is just sort of an extraordinary civic moment. As Andy mentioned, there are kind of many things underneath that as I think about sort of the educational goals. I mean, we have really not had a place on the high school campus for students to gather, and not everyone lives, a 5-minute walk from the high school. And so not everybody can kind of go back and forth all day. And there are places now where students, if they have a free period, can meet with their fellow students and connect. And there really weren't those places in the past. There are places where making learning visible, which is one of our main goals with the glass curved walls, people can kind of see into other classrooms. Teachers can see practice of other teachers. There's just really extraordinary things that are happening that never could have happened before. And while it's true that our great teachers managed to teach AP chemistry in people's kitchens last year, they're much happier trying to teach AP chemistry in a proper chemistry lab that is safe and that they can move from station to station and do different labs, which is what all of our kids need. And I would say that the other thing that's really exciting to me is the outdoor spaces, which so many of our community members use. The MBTA Plaza is just absolutely transformative. It's commuter friendly, it's convenient to our students who come from other places, from Boston or from other parts of Brookline. It's incredibly convenient to our faculty who can encourage public transportation. And it's just a beautiful amenity and a place for people to gather. Similarly, I think the STEM wing, as you all remember going to town meeting, a main entry was absolutely inaccessible. You kind of came in on this rubberized split level landing, and there was really no way to actually get to places like the auditorium. And now it's a very gracious entrance. It's beautiful, it's fully inclusive and accessible. And I think it's just a really different feel when people come in. When people come in and try to figure out, where they are and where they're going and how to make it a real community amenity. So that has been a real goal of ours. And I think a lot of that has been making it able for the community to use it has been a real goal. The last thing I'll say is in the 22 Tappan building, there are new spaces, which we are expecting to be able to rent out There's a new white box, a new sort of MLK room because there weren't enough of those, and a gorgeous, gorgeous cafeteria that overlooks the brand new field. So there are many, many pieces of this which are integral to our education plan and integral to the knitting together of this civic space. I mean, it really did take a town effort. Commissioner Galantine, both in her prior role and her current role, Todd Corain, Dan Bennett, Matt Gillis, Ray Masak, Hal Mason. There are so many people who have spent their heart and soul over the last 18 months and that we're so grateful for giving this gift back to our community. So there's more to say and happy to answer questions, but
Susan, I just wanted
exciting
to
moment.
Susan, I just want to add that the Winthrop House program will also be housed in the 22 Tappan building as well. So another piece of the puzzle here.
Thank you both to Susan and Sam and Andy. We want to give you a quick budget update. Before we do, I want to add my thanks to my co-chairs, Susan Wolf Ditkoff and George Cole. We have been on this project from the beginning together, and it looks like we'll be on this project till the end together, which I'm thrilled about. I think it's been really challenging in many ways, but it's also going to be very, very successful, and that's going to bring us all a lot of pride and joy. As staff members, in particular, Hal and Matt Gillis and Ray Masak, who were with us every single week. Our contractors, our outside professionals, Ian Parks, as I mentioned, Andy Felix. We've had Sam Lasky and Andy Jonick on this project also since the beginning. So it's been a terrific effort, and I want to thank everyone for all that they've put up with and been willing to do for the project. And I know it's been many nights and maybe even weekends. I hate to say it, but so I want to get into a little bit about the budget.
Nancy,
as I told you,
can I just say,
George, go ahead.
I want to thank the select board and the people of Brookline for giving us the confidence and the resources to do an extraordinary project. It's extremely rare when a town the size of Brookline is able and willing to do a project like this. And it shows extraordinary foresight and confidence in our educators and our students to put these kind of resources into a school like this. So on behalf of my co-chairs, I really want to thank the people of Brookline for their support for this project. Thank you.
Most definitely. And as I say, we've been very fortunate to have terrific working relationships in the team. And I think that's helped us get through some very difficult times. Ian, are you or Ray going to do the budget update? Or do you want me to tackle?
I'm happy to speak on the budget here.
Okay.
Definitely a lot to celebrate this evening, and budget being one of those as well. As Nancy mentioned, we're happy to report that the project is currently within budget. Just giving you a little bit of a breakdown here. The initial budget was $205.6 million. There was a secondary ask from the DOR to increase the budget at a certain point in time. So the current budget is $236.5 million. The commitments to date, total contracts and commitments to date is $218 million. So there remains $18 million that's uncommitted at this point in time. And so what that is going to cover are some of the upcoming bids, and there's some contingencies in there as well. But primarily the upcoming bids that we're looking at here is the Tappan streetscape, as Andy mentioned earlier, to improve the flow through Tappan Street. And then the other bid package is going to be the third floor renovation phase 2, as well as quad repairs. And those will be going out in February 2022. So after that, we'll have a better feel for the costs of those and kind of remaining funds at that point. But we are projecting that, at the end of the day, there is money to give back with the budget here. So.
Let me just add, thank you, Ian. Let me just add that the Tappan Streetscape, we still, despite the infusion of additional monies, we've still continued to look for ways to save. The Tappan Streetscape is a way that we have done that. Instead of putting that out to bid through our project, we are doing it through the Department of Public Works under the supervision of Commissioner Galantine. And they will put it out to bid with some of their usual contractors in mind. And we expect to see some savings as a result of that. We did not originally anticipate the extent of the quad repairs. You may know that the quad was an area where we had the contractor Skanska staged a lot of its work and had a lot of heavy equipment going in and out, and there was extensive repairs to be done. In addition to which, there's one area of the quad which was not accessible from the Lowell Street side. And we view this as an opportunity to make that right, especially given the fact that we have to make extensive repairs in the quad. So that's basically the situation with the project and the budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, thank the co-chairs, the staff, the project staff, Town of Brookline staff, everyone who's worked on this. It's been a terrifically collaborative project, and I think we'll all see the results of that at the end. And we'd love to have a grand opening, but given COVID, it's a little bit difficult to figure out how that's going to happen, but we will work on it and let you know. So are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Nancy, and especially for your continued service on this committee. The select board was stretched quite thin, and to have you remain on this committee really helped those of us that have full-time jobs and have about 4 or 5 committee assignments on top of that 6.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it. I mean, I'm happy to see it to the end, which is
great. So before I recognize those select board members with their hands up, I have two questions, I think. One is, when will Cypress Field be ready to go? And then also, where does the savings go? Does it go back into the general fund, or, it says this is a bonded project, do we just not take out those bonds?
correct.
Okay. So that's the answer to.
The answer is we would not utilize the full bond authorization if there's whatever's left over. And as I say, right now we're still having some bids coming in, as Ian said, and we may not have, since we may not have every single cost in January. We do know we have them through December 31st. So there may be some costs there, but we're confident that the project will come in definitely on the current budget.
Great, thank you so much. Miriam.
So first, my question was Heather's question, which was what happens with the uncommitted funds. So thank you for answering that. And second, I just have to say, as the parent of a current 9th grader, I am so thrilled to not have to drive to OLS in the mornings. So thank you. I'm really excited. I'm more excited for this than he is, but then again, he's a 15-year-old boy. So maybe he's excited. It's really hard to tell. Thank you very, very much. I'm really, and for a child who runs track and uses Tap-In literally every day, I'm just thrilled that he's going to have access to these world-class facilities. So thank you.
Great. Raul.
Thanks, Heather. Thanks y'all for the presentation, and Nancy for your continued work on this. A lot of thanks to go around. I'll say also thanks to the abutters who have, we all have to do this from time to time. Progress can be noisy, and this is certainly progress, and it certainly had an impact on the abutters there. So when we have that opening party, which I'm definitely a fan of, let's make sure we invite the abutters, especially.
Oh, definitely.
First drinks for them and for you all for the work that you've done on this. The other thing that I just thought about just along with this is a reminder that we've been doing, I think, a number of important overrides, ones that I've supported and will continue to support as we think about what we need to do with the peer school moving forward. Just also thinking about the staff as well, and the need to make sure that they're fully taken care of, all the educators that are in the building, broadly defined. The question I have is about the Cypress field. And I remember the original recommendation for the field was turf, I think is the right term for it. And town meeting decided that field needed to be natural grass. And so the question I have is, have we figured out, because I think the issue and the reason for the recommendation was that overuse was sort of burdening the field, and it was kind of became run down very quickly over time and wasn't particularly usable because of all the overuse. Have we figured that out yet, and how to keep Cypress Field natural grass and make sure that it is available and enjoyable for everyone?
Thanks for that question. It's a toughie. I'm going to ask, Erin Galentine is in the audience as a commissioner, and I would hope that she would have some answers for us on that question. Devin,
well,
can you promote her?
While we wait for Erin to be promoted, John, do you want to ask your question?
I hope it's okay if I just make a comment.
Oh, yes, of course.
Starting with Nancy, it's so good to see you at a select board meeting again. And I cannot think of a better occasion for your return than to celebrate this incredible project. I had the privilege of sitting in on some of the meetings before COVID, sort of in somewhat early stages of the planning of what this whole project would look like, what all the constituent elements would look like. Wow, did it take a lot of work and a lot of really good thinking by a lot of people to bring this all together, to make it real. And then what I think people should not lose sight of, the construction during the pandemic. I mean, when the pandemic sank in and we realized, wow, this is going to be long-term and this is going to be really, really impactful in ways that we can't even be sure of yet. We can't really predict them yet. And I would drive by that construction site and I would think to myself, holy cow, what is going to happen to the construction of this project in terms of cost being driven up, supplies interrupted, and also just in terms of whether it could happen, continue on pace. And somehow they got it done, more or less on pace, under budget. And this is a milestone project for Brookline. This is a project that is grander and I would say as successful, if not more successful, than any project I can think of in my lifetime in Brookline. And years from now, people are going to walk by that building and somebody's going to say, did you realize they built that largely during the pandemic? And they're going to say, what? Yeah, they did it. They got it done during the pandemic. And it was because of the contributions and the persistence of people like Nancy and all the others who've been recognized here tonight. Really, really a wonderful occasion for Brookline. And I couldn't be happier to have Nancy here to sort of walk us through it.
Thank you, John.
Bernard?
I just want to echo John and other select board members' comments, particularly about Nancy Heller. Nancy, I know, is an incredibly hard worker, and a project like this, as complex and difficult as it was, required that type of commitment from a co-chair of the committee, whose work is not as difficult as the guys and women running the jackhammers and things like that, but still is quite grueling. And Nancy was a person to do it, and it's really great to see you back. in this meeting, even though it's virtual. But thanks for all you've done and all you'll continue to do, Nancy.
Thank you, Bernard. Is Erin with
Erin?
us?
Yes, I am.
Great. Do you want to talk a little bit about Cypress Field?
I'd be glad to. Good evening, Erin Galentine, Commissioner of Public Works. I'd first like to congratulate this team. This is an incredibly impressive team, and I had recently noted to Susan that this is truly a legacy project. And so a lot has been accomplished. There's still a lot left to do, both with Cypress and with Tappan and other elements of the project to knit all of this together. But the civic spaces and this heart of the community is forever changed for the better, and is an incredible place for community gathering, learning, transit, all of this. So it's been a real pleasure to be part of this team. And I also would like to recognize Ray Masak and his incredible work and leadership. It was a real pleasure, Ray, working with you on this, and also many projects that we've worked on in the past. So the magic bullet as it relates to Cypress athletic field. So the benefits of synthetic turf, and I do want to sort of make that differentiation. There's natural turf and there's synthetic turf, and town meeting really prescribed natural turf for this facility. So synthetic turf allows it allows really unlimited hours of play. With natural turf, in order to maintain an even playable surface with sort of healthy, robust stand of grass, you need to minimize usage. What we've done in the case of Cypress is we worked with Weston Sampson. Our landscape architect, Scott Langren, is a soil scientist and really was a great asset in us looking at how we could build the most resilient natural grass field possible. So we have a special root zone mix that will be, as I mentioned, more resilient, better draining, and ultimately somewhat more resilient to compaction. And so we have an athletic field that will be high performing, and but at the other end, because it is natural grass, it is still susceptible to overuse. And so with that, we'll have to look at hours of use and at what points we need to actually close the field to reestablish the turf on the field. But at a minimum, we have a far better growing medium that we've put in with this new field.
Great. Thank you so much. I assume John doesn't actually have his hand raised. So any other questions? Thank you all for this presentation. Really, really impressive project. So a big thanks from the select board.
Madam Chair, if I could just say one thing.
Of course, Ray.
It's been a pleasure working for the select board, school committee, building commission, Parks and Rec Commission, library trustees, all the departments, and working with the advisory. Is the town better off because I worked here? Yes, but I'm a better PM because I worked here. And I gotta say, working for these three chairs who work so vigilantly, and I'll just put it to you this way, as George would say it, of the amount of hours that were put into this project, but I have a real job. And as chairs, they demanded excellence of the consultants and myself. And Susan always made sure that we asked, we had the right questions so that we could have the right answers. And that's how a project is successful. Like an old boss told me, and I'll be really quick, he said, make sure you understand the questions that are going to be asked. And Susan, Nancy, and George did that relentlessly and made it a better project. So I just want to repeat myself and saying it's been a real pleasure working for this select board and this community.
My deepest thanks to you, Ray, for your years of service. I don't know if you remember this, but I think you were one of the very first town employees that I met when I was thinking about running for select board. We walked out of a public meeting together.
I do remember it, and we talked about it, and I said, I think you had just moved to Brookline or something, or we're in Brookline, and I said, this is a really great place to work, and people, they challenge you all the time, and that's what makes it so unique.
Excellent. Miriam.
Yeah, quickly just, so I'm on the Driscoll School Committee, Building Committee, and it's all new to me. It's not my area. But one of the things that we haven't really started talking about for Driscoll yet that I do want us to talk about, and actually, Susan, you might even be able to help me, is the use of minority and women-owned businesses. So I'd love to hear how that went for you guys, and if you have any tips or tricks for us to bring that to Driscoll.
Susan, why don't you answer that first?
Sure. So first of all, this is a very important question, and we've been asking it throughout the project. The short answer is that there isn't a magic bullet, and that to set up a true system that would move significant dollars to minority and women-owned businesses is something that's a town-wide effort. I know that Dave Giannakakis is very interested in it. Ray is very interested in it. I know the town administrator's office has been, it's been part of the discussion, Mel and Melissa in particular. And I think that from a putting on my big picture hat, there's work that we as a town need to do to set up some mechanisms that we don't currently have in place to really move significant dollars. In the meantime, there are definitely tips and tricks that I've picked up along the way, and I'm going to toss it pretty quickly to Ray, who is the expert. And I'm not sure how we're going to replace you. I'm not thanking you that much, Ray, because I'm still in denial that you're leaving. But there are things about bid package size. There's things about aggressively recruiting people to apply. There's a lot of constraints given municipal procurement laws and making sure that things are all sort of on the level. But I do know that this has been a important topic of conversation, and that more structural work is needed here. But Ray, I'll send it back to you to say what some of the tips and tricks have been.
Well, first of all, when we did it for the high school, it was volunteers. So we followed the model that the state was following. Really, the tips and tricks are, again, the way you structure the bids. But unfortunately, because of the bid procurement laws, it sort of restricts woman business and minority business. But I believe at Driscoll, from what I've heard, Gilbane has met the goals, the voluntary goals for the town. And that's a very good thing. I think it's over like 10 to 12%. For this project, we didn't get as much participation as we'd like. I think it was 8 or 9%. Still, I think for this size project and the bid environment at the time and the large contractors that you needed to do this type of work, I thought that was rather successful. But I think at Driscoll, it's even better. But it changes from project to project, depending on the complexity of the project.
Bernard?
Yeah, we always hear about the difficulty of finding minority contractors, and that's a real problem. And involving minority contractors in projects is very, very important. But the other side of this is something that actually Ray and I did talk about and worked on a project, and that is asking, right? Not demanding, but just asking for transparency with respect to general contractors of their hiring or of their demographics. How many minority, how many women employees do you have, right? And the importance of that is, number one, not to let them off the hook by saying, well, we'll just let some minority contractor do that and that'll solve everything. But rather to ensure that there is a pipeline within the so-called majority firms of people developing the skills, the contacts, and the other things necessary to go out and then set up their own minority business. And therefore, hopefully, solving the problem of there aren't enough minority businesses out there to hire. So, I mean, I see this as a two-pronged problem or two-pronged solution. Number one, involving minority contractors in these projects in various ways, but also making sure that we're not setting up a segregated industry with majority contractors are all white and the minority contractors are where you find the diversity.
Thank you, Bernard. Raul.
Yeah, I think Bernard makes some good points there, and I'm glad Miriam for bringing up the question. Yeah, what I would just say is I'd love to see the data on that. Not now, obviously, but if you could share that. I know that also, as mentioned before, Dave Giannakakis is working on this. We're working on getting our own disparity study going, which would allow us more flexibility with respect to how we award contracts. And I know that work is underway right now. So it's something I know Susan mentioned there. A lot of folks are very interested in. And I know included among those folks are my colleagues on the select board, because we've discussed this a number of times. So it'd be helpful though, because I think it's really important for us to see the starkness of the data and to say, we've spent, or plan on spending around $230 million. How much of it has actually gone to these types of businesses, and to understand the urgency that we need to have in making the kinds of changes that I know are underway right now within town government. I think it would be helpful to see that, not to embarrass the project or anything like that, but just to know where we are, where we stand, and as Driscoll moves forward in other projects, we have that top of mind. Thanks.
Just on that point, we have been asking for reports on that, and I want to say we've gotten quarterly reports from the former executive at Hill, who is Andy Felix. So I think we should be able to pull those for you. We've been that transparency and that discussion back has been quite important.
Great.
Before we close, Heather, if it's okay, I'd just like to make one more remark, which is that, Susan and George and I have been the co-chairs of the Brookline High School Expansion Advisory Committee. And that committee is comprised of a number of volunteers. Nancy O'Connor from the Parks and Rec is on our committee. We've had volunteer people from the neighborhood. We've had architects. We've had students and parents and many staff as well. And I want to thank them for their service because, and it's ongoing. So I'm not dismissing you guys, but it's ongoing, and it's been tremendously helpful in making sure that our project keeps moving forward, is on the right track, asks the right questions, and we know where we're going. So I want to thank that committee, which is a number of it's about 30 people. So I'm not going to take the time now, but we will, when we have our celebration, we will celebrate them as well.
Great. Thank you all very, very much for all of this information, all of your hard work. The town is clearly better off. And have a very good night. And Ray, this is not the last that we'll see of you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Hey.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks.
Okay, final agenda item for tonight is the MBTA fare free bus letter that we discussed, I think before the end of last year. And we asked our transportation administrator to create our own letter. And I think Todd is still here.
But this isn't final.
Well, this is the draft of our.
No, I'm just saying it's not the final item on the agenda tonight. I didn't want people to go home.
No,
It is. The other
it
thing was
is.
postponed.
It is.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, I postponed the Climate Action Committee restructuring because Linda Pelkey wanted some time to work on a proposal of her own.
My
So,
apologies.
Todd, do you want to walk us through this letter since you were the primary author?
Sure. Thank you, Todd Crane, Transportation Administrator for the Town of Brookline. So I've been working with Select Board member Raul Fernandez, as well as Commissioner Galantine and Brian Kane, who is the Transportation Board Chair at this time, to work with the MBTA to explore the possibility of a Route 66 fare-free pilot, similar to what the City of Boston has done. In discussions with staff as well as elected officials, both in the City of Boston and the City of Cambridge, the other two municipalities where the Route 66 starts and ends, we thought that it would present the best case for the Route 66 if we joined together and advocated to the MBTA for a entire route fare-free 66, and to explore working with the MBTA on that. As you know, the mayor for the city of Cambridge, as well as I believe two other members of their city council, drafted a letter to advance the city's position in commitment to working with Brookline, Boston, and the MBTA. I know that Mayor Wu's office in the city council have invested significantly in fare free and pledged their full support for fare free buses. And I know that it was recommended that the town of Brookline, through the select board, also draft a letter or sign on to Cambridge's letter to advocate and show our commitment as well. At the request of select board chair Hamilton, I did draft a letter. In the letter, it essentially just lays out the case on why Brookline is committed to a Route 66, both fare free in general, as well as the 66 in particular. With respect to servicing the environmental justice populations, support of our healthy and sustainable transportation and climate action goals, as well as support of our commercial districts. And the 66 provides that through all three functions. It is not as long as the City of Cambridge's letter. However, I think it covers all the points that this board had expressed as the reasoning why you would want to see this project move forward.
Great. Thank you so much, Todd, for incorporating the comments of this board during our last discussion and creating a tailored letter for our purposes. Any questions or thoughts, comments by select board members about this letter? Miriam.
I think the letter looks great. I really hope they listen to us. I think this is a really great initiative. Thank you.
John?
So I'm just taking note of language very near the end. Excuse me. Our community is willing to fund fare-free buses because of the benefits we know they would bring. Then it goes on to mention that we envision prioritizing accessible transit with newly available ARPA funding and are committed to working with the MBTA and our state delegation, et cetera. So do we have a ballpark estimate as to how much of ARPA money we are prepared to invest in this?
So I know that the Department of Public Works, along with Select Board Member Fernandez, has submitted a request for ARPA funding. In initial meetings with the MBTA, we tried to get an approximate budget amount. At that time, the MBTA said that they are supportive of fare free, but they wanted to do more research into the Route 28 pilot, and they wanted to discuss the FTA with respect to fund the fare changes, and they could not give us an amount at that time. So unfortunately, we do not have a firm amount or even a ballpark amount. Essentially, the letter is meant to just say that the town understands that the MBTA is not going to do this for free, that we will have to in order to support the MBTA operations, kick in an amount, and that the town is exploring use of ARPA money for that. We do not have the amount at this time.
For me, it raises a question as to what we're exactly saying in this letter, because I like all of the parts that are supportive, excuse me, of fare-free bus pilots. And at the same time, it sounds like we are committing ourselves definitively, but without saying for how long or at what cost. Do you regard this as like a binding commitment regardless of the cost or the duration of the project, of the pilot?
I don't know if that's really an appropriate question for Todd to answer. That's really a question for the five of us to answer.
Okay.
I personally don't believe that it is a firm commitment. We are saying that we're supportive and we want to work with the MBTA on this, and that we need their assistance in helping us understand the costs.
I like that interpretation, and I just hope that, there's nothing in this letter that goes beyond that in terms of binding us to something.
I mean, binding would say, we are going to do this. Let us know what our tab is.
Yeah.
Bernard.
Yeah, if I understand, if I understood what Todd said, the MBTA can't give us an estimate of the fares that they bring in on the 66 bus. I mean, that sounds a little suspicious to me, in that maybe they're trying to calculate some additional cost into that fare.
Todd,
No, it's a little complicated because when you do fare free, it's not just the Route 66 bus. All of the ride due to federal regulations, all of the ride trips that are within a certain vicinity of that route are also calculated at the Route 66 rate, not the higher normal ride rate. And because of that, the FTA does require, when you do a pilot program, if you provide a free fare for the Route 66, all of those ride trips within that same radius are also set at the free rate. So the MBTA, as part of their pilot with the City of Boston, did calculate and provide that fee as well. And the City of Boston at that time had to make up cover the cost of that, as well as lost fares due to that federal regulation. So there are some math that the T will have to do for us to get that number, more than just simply saying there are X amount of riders on the MBT on the Route 66, and here's what it is. Also factored into that is also the discounted rates, the senior pass, the youth pass that are discounted as well, that are not all done through the cash box or the tap box. So they have to factor in that as well. So it's not a simple math. It's a simple math equation. It's something that they do have to research, put together for us in subsequent meetings.
And there are two other things that I would like to say in addition to this. It's not uncommon that when you either lower a price or make something free, you see an inducement in demand. So the best ballpark is to factor in 10% bump. So I wouldn't be surprised if they then factor in that there's 10% more ridership. So that will inflate the cost as well, potentially. And then the other thing, I seem to recall when I worked at MassDOT that the T has a rather generous definition of where the ride services compared to the FTA's definition. So I would be very interested to see how the T kind of follows that definition, especially if we can't recoup all of those costs. Raul.
Thank you. I think, by the way, Bernard's asking the right questions here about this. What I will say, when we talk with the folks at the MBTA, well, first of all, I think the letter is important because it signals that we're on the same page as a board, And it signals that we in Brookline are on the same page as Cambridge on one side of us and Boston on two sides of us, with the 66 line that that they know if they want to move forward, if they're willing to move forward with a pilot like this on the 66, that the three communities through which 66 runs are in alignment with wanting to explore this pilot. Obviously, well, maybe not so obviously, but I'll say it anyway, that cost being reasonable. We did push the MBTA on providing us with either a calculation of what that would cost us as Brookline, and also obviously we need to know what it costs Boston and Cambridge to make it work too. They seemed as if they wanted to wait to recalculate based on what they've learned from the 28 pilot, and we're unwilling to either A, give us a figure, or B, give us a formula through which we could calculate our own figure. Although there was a point at the meeting where I saw Todd scribbling some notes where they were saying, well, we'd have to take this into account and that and that. And so to Bernard's point, yes, I think they are recalculating how they're going to go about essentially charging communities for these pilots. And I think it's likely that that those numbers will go up and not down. So we need to expect that. With that said, I think one of the ways we can move forward is A, to continue to press the MBTA to at least give us some kind of ballpark figure. I did impress upon them that if we were going to be able to move forward as a community with this, then we need to set aside, if we do want to spend ARPA funds on this, we need to set aside some number of funds so that we have the amount of money we need to move forward with the pilot in the future. In lieu of the MBTA providing us with that data, I know that Todd has some data through which we could perhaps come up with an estimate, including the ride. I do think, I will say this, I know the ride adds additional cost, but I think it's absolutely essential that that's part of this package. I mean, folks that don't have access to be able to use the MBTA and use the ride instead, these are people who need to use the ride. And the fact that more people will use it because it's available at no cost, obviously drives the cost of the pilot up, but it also shows us the true need that people have because they need to qualify to be able to use the ride. And we know that more people likely would use it if they didn't have to pay the really high price of using it every time they had to jump on it. So I just, it's going to drive the costs up to do it that way, but I think it's absolutely essential that we do that. And we need to figure out what, maybe with that 10% bump that Heather mentioned, what the cost of this is going to be, and set aside the funds so that we can move forward when the MBTA is ready.
Any other questions, comments, discussion? Are we ready to vote on this language? Do we want more time to consider?
What are we voting on? You will sign the letter?
Sure.
I mean, that's how it's set up, I think.
Yes, that can be the vote to authorize the chair to sign. Any objections? No? Okay, well then let's do it. I move that for authorization for the chair to sign the letter drafted by Todd Crane, expressing our desire to partner with the MBTA on fare-free bus pilots. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much for your work on this, Todd.
Thank you.
And I believe that concludes our business for tonight. I will take the rest of the night and email my fellow select board members because I have come up with a very exciting budget process review that I want to share with all of you and get your buy-in. So stay tuned.
Okay.
Thanks, Heather.
Thanks, everybody.
That's great. Good night, everyone.